Поехали. Или еще нет? Или да? Ну давай. Все, работаешь? Да, все работает. Без лишних предисловий кнопку нажимаю. И в диско Elysium я отправляюсь. Да, кофе очень интересно сегодня. Вправду. Так. У нас какие-то еще были задания. Не помню какие. Кроме Руби. Ну это уже все. Это без разницы. Это уже не важно. Правый сверх. Да я исследую. Ну серьезно, вот все, вот вся игра сейчас о том, что мне надо найти следы. Я свечу фонариком везде. Здесь ничего не изменилось. Вот типа вверх по течению. Вверх по течению. Вверх по берегу. Ну вот он, вверх по берегу. А я теперь так далеко отдалять могу. Хе-хе. Может быть, я увижу то, чего не видел раньше. Все те же лица. Все те же люди. Прям иду, свечу себе фонариком под ноги. Все как правильно, все как детектив настоящий. Ну-ка посмотрим своим далеким взглядом вдаль. Ничего нет. Ничего. Ничего нет. Я заблудился. Вот как туда попасть, тоже даже с отдалением непонятно. Стопудово через низ, через какой-то подвал. А как вот в этот подвал попасть, не ясно. Сейчас пойдем прохождение смотреть скоро, да? Чувствую я. Тут же ничего нового не появилось.
A row of ghostly shades facing the
Ничего
crumbling
нового не
wall,
появилось.
with another 7 shades standing. A cold
Ничего нового. И нового не появилось. Ким, братан, давай, скажи мне что-нибудь. Подскажи мне. Неужели у игры нет защиты от дураков? Типа, через какое-то время тебе кто-нибудь что-нибудь говорит, типа, Ким? Типа, офицер, мы ходим, тут просто так, кажется, сбились с курса, давайте попробуем поискать вот там-то, там-то. Как бы невзначай бы Ким намекнул, и я такой, понятно, значит, я дурак. Ну вот, подвальчик, да? Вот. Просто не может быть, что вот та дверь просто так. Типа... Ну и открыть я ее не могу. Тут какой-то тупик. Есть у меня мысль одна. Что? В смысле впереди камень? Какой камень? Есть у меня мысль одна. Так.
You're back. Good.
Нет, не то.
Of course. Anything to help. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, it's what they believe. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place, if you know?
Да чё такие старые
Last Sunday
фразы-то?
night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. Good. Then you've made progress. It's imperative that you move fast. The tribunal will not be patient. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this map.
5
Это
days.
мы все
It's a matter of
слышали.
days,
Какие
not
5 дней?
weeks.
Уже давно 5
I
дней
am sorry
прошло.
to have been the bearer of bad news.
Короче, нет, она так и ничего меня не хочет. Ну что ж, нет, я что-то это... Я думаю, у нас просто есть еще чем заняться. А у нас прям вообще реально все квесты закончились. Ну там не считается уже.
Can't really remember seeing it.
It's
Да,
a-
да,
He
понятно.
really has no idea who this ruby is, sire.
Да, да, я понял. А ты, толстячок, что ты знаешь?
Danko.
Видишь, не видишь?
There's
Понятно. Ладно, все, глянем. Ну а чё, я просто все обошел. Я обошел абсолютно все. Или нет? Есть у меня еще идея. Но вряд ли. Она вроде... Типа, идея моя основана на том, что она вернулась в город. Но это вряд ли. А еще у нас танцы должны быть. Грубая сила. Что за место? Ну я все равно буду набирать по буковке, по циферке. Где найти работу? Смешно. Где найти Руби, диск и Elysium? Так, пусть пока загружается. Так, ладно, все, погнали. Чего? Кого найти? Что такое мурал? Можно фоточку? Почему нельзя фоточку прикрепить? Кажется, я понял. Но я не уверен. Да, ну, почему нельзя отсюда-то телепортироваться? Кажется, я понял. Но до этого можно было догадаться. Надо было просто все пробовать, прям вообще. Все тыкать. Все тыкать. Ну не догадаться, а именно через постоянную пробу. Нажимать все, что уже трогал, еще раз. Так, восприятие у нас 8, я думаю, этого достаточно. Хотя я еще на 100% я, конечно, не уверен. На 100%. Может быть, это оно. Это оно? Ты оно? Это ты мурал? Что такое мурал? Или это печатка какая-то? Да, это мурал.
Towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make
Ну
out
да, ну типа...
Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Давайте сделаем не 80, а хотя бы 90. У меня есть на трепет всякое. Я знаю, что есть. Я не хочу в последний момент просирать все. Трепет. Трепет. Трепет.
The once bright mural
97%.
towers above you. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. A prayer of sorts to Rivershaw.
Молитва Ривершоля. Угу. Класс.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, town drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already... Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried...
Ну, я просто везде уже походил, как бы.
Moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure. Like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
Трепет так-то круто, да? Рассказывает, что делать.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Good, good, yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
Ой, да что ему объяснять? Пошел он.
Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone,
Просто уже...
basically.
Я злюсь на себя, то что посмотрел прохождение, типа.
Finally, my time to shine.
Эквилибристика.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Мне 40... Он что, старше меня? Чего? А, не, мне тоже так же. Мы одногодки с ним. А по нему не скажешь, что ему 40 лет? Максимум 38 где-то. Хорошо его нарисовали. Эквилибристика, значит, да? Я разобьюсь. Я прям чувствую, как я бесконечно падаю. Это все, что есть на эквилибристику. И надо снять то, что дает минус эквилибристику.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Не, злюсь. Ну, типа, я... Он же понимает, что я не просто так 200 там с чем-то дел раскрыл, что когда я говорю, что я чувствую дрожь, это значит, что я реально что-то чувствую, и это сложно объяснить. А он такой, типа, ну нет, ты, видимо, просто очень умный, ну, просто скрываешь, видимо, это, или что, или тебе просто скучно, или твое похмелье, ну, это просто похмелье.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded, and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. What if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Wow.
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Нифига себе.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, in addition, the
Ну, это я говорю, это да.
What if
Да.
astral projection? Be open-minded.
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here. Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone.
Мне хватает. Ну, как бы плюс 2 за счет того, что я тут все оценил. А, ну то, что я видел, как карабкается. Ага. Плюс у меня... Сколько там? Сколько-то там и в эквилибристике. Ладно, погнали.
All you
Да.
need to do
Да.
is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is... Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof.
Ну и чё нам не по... Как мы лазили на статую, так нам показали, ну ладно.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
Это еще круче, чем телепорт. Забраться с закрытыми глазами. Да. Ну ладно, за таким
The wind at the
съел
top of the building
старик.
starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Мне нужно одеться подобающе к этой встрече. А именно, мне нужна эмпатия. Я хочу, чтобы она меня увидела, и я все про нее сразу понял. Ну, да. Что у нас? -1 к логике, +3 к эмпатии. И, в общем, эмпатия у нас 10. 10 эмпатия, 10 империя. Ух, красота. И это не максимум. Интересно, что они на максимальном уровне будут делать со мной? Просто играть за меня? Ладно, восприятие норм. Ладно, погнали. А что за штаны на мне? Что делают? И футболку бы поменять на самом-то деле. Пусть остаются. Или нет? Какие там еще у меня джинсы есть? Ну вот. Самообладание, чтобы чувствовать ее физическое состояние, не эмоциональное. А физическое. Близко, мы близко прям. По-настоящему близко, не так, как пару стримов назад. Фотокарточка еще. Наверное, есть достижение собрать все карточки. Наверное. Я уже начинаю немножко ну, типа выбирать ответы не совсем занудные, потому что я так устал быть скучным копом. Мне уже так хочется резвиться и кутить. Дебошность вырывается наружу. А, да... Извините. Немножко загрузочек. Такой Музончик начался здесь. Я извиняюсь, я случайно тыкнул на первую рядом же с собой подсвеченную область и вышел. Бывает. Ну вот, я сейчас смотрю на некоторые ники подписанные, да? Которые типа фолловеры у меня. Ну это точно боты. Просто набор букв вот так вот напечатаны. Надо всех поудалять. В предбаннике. Застрял в предбаннике загрузок. Надо... А можно отодвинуть? Это максимум?
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get this door open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
Это так несправедливо. Я в это место тыкался и говорил, какое идеальное место для того, чтобы туда зайти. Чего? Да... Геймдизайнеры, вы чё? Чего? Да его нелегко пропустить. Я в первый же раз, когда пришел туда, потыкался, потом... Ладно.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Пошли. Ким Кицураги. Пиджак под конец игры. Ну или не конец игры. Кто знает. Красиво. Но нет, не сейчас. Я прикалываюсь, что я в наушниках, типа такой, алло, алло, алло. Шапка, шапка, шапка. Шапка революционера. Нет, ладно, я не сосед-коммунист.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
Как много текста, ну давай.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communers built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in random neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Нет.
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Мгм. Чё?
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary?
Нет.
Outside the window, another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker.
It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages. Indeed, no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Как выйти-то? Как выйти? Следы ведут на туда. Направо следы ведут.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. No, but you are the sensitive one.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous. He trusts your gut feeling on this.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
Да, короче, понятно.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
немножко баблишек.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the setting, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Короче, она пользуется каким-то радио с очень низкими частотами. Ну или что-то типа, да? И возможно это создает помехи в церкви. И возможно из-за этого она сейчас колбасит. Здесь нет никакой мистики. А она, возможно, в правильных наушниках.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Съемка таблеточку.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience.
Я умру сейчас, я так умру. Я умру. У меня кончились лекарства.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
Нет, нет.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Very, very bad. This is the end. Bad. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear.
Да, немножко диско, немножко иллюзия. Сейчас мы загрузимся. От сердечного приступа умер полицейский.
Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was
В
broken.
2 шагах я был.
According to an
Неплохо. 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 В общем, сейчас. Мы загружаемся до того, как мы до нее дошли. Мы сейчас выйдем, пойдем купим себе таблеток, пойдем купим себе лекарств для сердца. Потому что с эмоциональной точки зрения нам пофиг. Просто 2 жизни, как бы. Там, наверное, будет 2-3 удара. Но куплю. Ну, на все деньги, конечно, перебор. Куплю не на все. Куплю немножко. Штучек 5. На всякий случай. Просто находится очень много магния для мозга. Или как он там. Типа больше 9 таблеточек у меня. А на эту штуку нет. Вот. Да чё карта? Работай. Не хочу пешком и бежать. Карта не хочет работать. Понятно. Ясно, понятно. Блин, и этот дальнобойщик тот, который такой добренький, ее прикрывал, да она же это, чокнутая. Она убийца копов. Жестоко.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear...
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay,
Всё,
here.
6 таблеток.
I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
6 таблеток, на всякий случай. Уф. И да, сердечный приступ похож на изжогу. Забавно, правда? Думаю, что съел лишний дошик, а нет. Да почему нельзя телепортироваться-то? А может быть есть какой-то вариант с церковью, или вам просто так показалось? Трейлер плохая штука. Согласен. Большинство из них, да. Ну, в церкви зато бы была эта штука с витражами, а потом штука с камнепадом, ну, с вибрацией. Так, ладно, сейчас все по-быстренькому заново зачистим. Да-да-да.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
Да, и сенсовать еще нужно.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be disappointed.
All you will find here is pain.
Понятно. Это точно. Это точно. Сейчас здесь все диалоги быстренько прокликаю.
A mustachio and mutton. Years worth of...
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding. We have found a lot of those. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. Millions of depictions of Mazov have... You mean like Ruby?
Ой, а где про окно-то? Где диалог про окно? Вот, спасибо.
Outside.
It's a great place to hide. And Mazovian, indeed.
The lieutenant.
In fact.
Я вот думаю, может быть, нафиг эмпатию?
Yes.
Да ничего, Ким. Да ну, сработало. Слышно гул. Может, нафиг эмпатию и немножко сделать себе это? Выносливости. Что мне дает эмпатию? Давайте посмотрим. Рубашка, может быть. Болевой порог возьмем. Что еще можно поменять? Нет, само... Что там есть на грубую силу? Вот. Что еще есть на грубую силу? Нет, оставим эту. Болевой порог. Нет. Но все, больше ничего менять не буду. Немножко грубые силы есть. И ладно.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but... No.
It's not he trusts you.
Looks like our system. Once we detain a creature...
Keep calm. Go over the holes.
Well...
If you can't predict it.
Так,
I think I see a cavern.
почитали.
Or
Это мы все почитали. Сейчас берем тут табличку. А вот деньги по-разному всегда падают. С какой-то, видимо, вероятностью количества.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your...
Не закрывать уши.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely...
Видишь, что бы я ни делал.
experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. The Pale? It's the end of the world. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Русскую волну поймала. Ладно, ладно.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a 2-barrel front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. I was. Before I caught you in the Pale Latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
No.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizen militia that she distrusts?
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people who people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them a little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye, impassively, making it clear that she's not planning to comment on the matter any further.
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything? Not particularly. Why are you so hung up on elevators? I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Don't know it, but also... the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
And the gun store, Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. sure don't.
The breed soda?
No. A Nachtway 80 front loader. 2 barrels. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing. Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it.
Блин, неужели блондинка так сильно нам врала?
And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leaving me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now pooping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective.
Блин, ладно, хватит задавать тупые вопросы.
Look, I'm not aware of any hole in Clause's wall. And if I had been, I would have told her to get it sealed. That's what friends do. Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Yeah, one time we would both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Какой финансовый мотив для убийства наемника?
That's your prerogative. Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Жесть.
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Чего?
Oh, fucking hell. Me.
Таблеточки.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? Now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This
Какой
was
нафиг...
not supposed to
Я не... Чего?
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
Что?
That sound about right?
Satellite Officer Vitbear looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the working or go home for today. Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. John takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me. How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing my veins.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like you'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake morbidity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
Кто врет? Мне так это раздражает.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried the lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Ну что? Finger cross? Или просто? Попытаться или не попытаться? Попытаться или не попытаться? Попытаться или не попытаться? Она нас застрелит, да? Так, ладно. Как это? Я беру помощь зрительного зала. Че, ломаем, не ломаем? М? Конечно, пытаться, да, ладно, хорошо. Хе-хей. А почему он в нас не стреляет? Это очень странно.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Успокойся, успокойся. О,
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her. She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger.
уверен, что если бы я просто задал вопрос, что ты делаешь, было бы то же самое.
You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Ну, чё?
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
Как всегда.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Хо-хо-хо. Неплохо. Ну, один патрон у меня был. Где-то был.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. Maybe it's the old you, or maybe she was just paranoid. No, not even the old you. No you would do that. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition. The most recent entry is from today. Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
By the Hardy Boys? By Glacier? By us? No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Glacier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her.
Она
One
уже
thing is
сбежала,
for
наверное.
certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Очень плохо все повернулось. Интересно, мне запишут убийство в мое личное дело? Нет, не записали. Как было 3, так и осталось 3. Да, Киса. Ну, это был неосознанный взгляд о том, что я же говорил, что блондинку надо арестовать. Ну, нет, не арестовали. Вы просили, я не арестовал. Ну, арестуем в следующий раз обязательно. Не переживайте за это. Это же просто игра. Ну чё, бабка, довольна? Нельзя, да?
Now is your turn, Mr.
Ладно,
These things
Свет.
happen.
Ни с кем уже не надо разговаривать. Уже все, бежать. Бежать. А, нет, стоп. А может быть, я смогу потанцевать? Хоть какую-то радость за сегодня мы получим, не? Ну, я тоже в какой-то момент думал, может, все-таки не она. Может быть, она как-то косвенно связана, ее следует задержать на время, но потом можно же отпустить. Вот. Но... Да ладно, ну чё, без разницы. Может, она не сбежала, может, она думает, что мы не найдем Руби, и стоит там также на крыше, думает безмятежно. Курит.
Hey man, it's good to see you.
No, detective, it is not. We really should get to the whirling in right.
Все, нам уже ничего нельзя делать. Сейчас приду. Секундочку. Бежим. Карта ведь так и не работает у нас, да? Уже все сломалось. Да. Со стволом такой.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. The barrels of your Natway A80 pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring light.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Так. Take damage, я понял. Намеки мне ясны. Во-первых, мне нужен трепет. Во-вторых, или болевой порог, сумрак. Так. Вообще так-то бы эквилибристики бы, если стрелять придется. У меня 3 очка. 3 очка. Давайте-ка это. Вдруг в копе проснулось умение стрелять. Или... Может быть, для этого не эквилибристика нужна, а координация? Стрельба. У меня 1 координация, да? Я все равно не знаю, куда нам еще очки бросать, поэтому сюда и 2 сюда. Пусть у меня 3 жизни будет, немножко лекарств.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Кто?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
А, там еще 3.
Fuck, there's a 3rd one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Так в смысле, я раскрыл дело. Я ему солгу, если надо. Скажу, что убийца мертва. Там лежит. Чё ты хочешь?
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig, fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
Что там за псих в шапке?
No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Сколько надо координации? Хотя 14 не так много. Немного. Ну чё, внушение, риторика, да, у нас тут? Придумать доводы, поговорить о повешенном. Поговорить о повешенном?
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click, softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death by lead. Who? Lady.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. What was in there? And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Блин. Я думаю, плохо говорить про повешенного. Язык был подвешен. Это просто... Блин. Ладно.
He had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your shit pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Lady knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first. Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down plots. Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting him. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Ну что, риторируем? Блин, как напряженно я. Фу.
International something. International law. Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps things? Easy now. Easy. Just tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Yeah? Who did?
You should implicate yourself. Throw yourself into the bridges. Chest first.
Правда, вот здесь. Вот тут. Я могу сказать про Руби, она все равно мертва и без разницы, но это несправедливо. Это ложь. Это ложь. Ну, косвенно не ложь. Может быть, вообще так. Нет, не было выстрела, не было слышно выстрела. Будь что будет, правда должна победить, правда ведь?
How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right? How about the kid? Tell me. Magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Давай, давай, давай.
The line grinds to a halt.
Yeah.
All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yells.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Что, блин?
She's not. She's bleeding out. If she doesn't get help in 10 minutes, she'll die.
Fuck this!
There's a coarse shuffle against.
Не надо, блин, стойте, чуваки.
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
Я не вижу смысла вот в этом. Мы все умрем. Прости меня, Ким.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't.
Ким.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Блин, я не увернусь, да?
A low shot ring. You feel it happen, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly from plate to plate.
О, точно, у меня на мне же броня.
You got hit. The armor took most of it. But still your ribcage burns.
Сломала ребра, но это не смерть.
God, please.
Еще, блин, лишь бы Кима не убили.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the balls. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. puddle of blood behind you.
Блин, она убила
His
Глена.
mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Oh God, watch out!
Невозможно. 20-ка.
Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your... You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here, for he's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Кажется, я выжил в больничке. Под конец вообще не те навыки вкачал, надо было реакцию вкачать, да?
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Да-да. Ну он же типа герой теперь.
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Ворота в гавань заколотили.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse, and drink water. What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him. I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer De Paul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Закурил.
He nods.
This is the one.
Это она и есть, да? Молодец.
De Paul was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener. No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership. I know you did. It's all right.
That's right.
Да я сделал все, что мог. Это просто проверки не выпали.
All. Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
+1. Ruby.
Да.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you slipped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Нет.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is. No.
Козлы.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
Понятно.
I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Ну, вроде встал.
Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
Танцевал свой диск.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Liefreiter. I honestly don't know. Do you? Because we can't talk to Evra. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. I don't know. That's been there for years. Absolutely. There's no other way to go about it. We screwed up.
He's made his peace with it. He's had time to do so.
Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window. It's morning outside, you think. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to? Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror, even now adorned with the expression.
Не, оставим улыбку. Оставим эту тупую улыбку на лице. В 6:50 встает.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Потом почитаем.
Back there on the plaza, I think you very nearly had a heart attack. Alcoholism has damaged you more than bullets have. We should go.
А чё, почему здесь-то выйти не могу? Так тупо. У него там такая кровать, у меня сраный диван. Мне еще бегать запрещают.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift. I am not drawing my gun, yet, but I don't like gifts.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
А чё, лекарство забрала?
The medicine cabinet is pity.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Так, выпусти меня, Ким, блин. Так ты чё? Чё, походим ведь еще немножко? Я не могу так. Побегаем ведь еще чуть-чуть, это что-то как-то обидно так. Да, типа, не, ну понятно, да, как бы. Не все дела раскрываемы идеально, типа, мы же тут не на идеальную концовку играем. Такое вот у нас приключение получается. Похромаем.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
Почему, когда я был на крыше, я не подумал посмотреть?
The island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything. He He is trying to justify it to himself.
I understand.
He will. He has it in him.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Ну ладно, хоть нам еще одну загрузку не надо смотреть. Да я же не на... Я же не на окно нажал. Нет, на окно нажал все-таки. Ладно, пошагали. Момент лодочки. Не знаю, о чем вы. Понятия не имею. Кстати, вот я вот сейчас думаю, я вот что думаю, когда я выстрелил первый выстрел и попал в того мужика,
Oh, you're right. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
когда я стрельнул в того мужика, у меня патрон убрался из инвентаря. Ну, то есть, как бы, у меня был один патрон, он исчез. Ну, он улетел. Вот, но, значит, у меня не должно было быть патронов. Вот, но когда я отдал свой ствол Киму, или что, я не... Ну да, там еще патрон оказался. Или я его предупредил, и он свой ствол взял. Я не понял немножко этот момент.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
Я мало кого защитил.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. No.
Ладно, давай. Что сейчас мне Тит скажет, братан? Как дела?
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
Охуенный выстрел. Не, ну выстрел был офигенный, вправду, да. А, успел взять свой. Понял. Да, ребят осталось немного.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Молча кивнуть.
Now, how can I help you? Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit. Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run. But no, he stayed. Stupid, brave fella.
He didn't like him. That only makes it worse.
Да не были они хорошими людьми, они были просто людьми. Что значит хорошими людьми? Не бывает хороших людей. Бывают разные люди. И плохих не бывает. Бывают разные люди.
Sure, capo. Puppies and daisies, shoot. I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys. Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Nope.
He did. He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12%.
У тебя уже вискарь в руке. С тем даже говорить не хочу. А, да как меня... Блин, реально боты подписываются, чтобы поботить. Напрягает. Ну и чё, накруточка, да? Как-нибудь удалить бы всех ботов. А тут что-то смотришь, 44 человека подписалось. Думаешь, что за фигня? Чё? Да я не с тобой хотел поговорить, дурачок. Ну, мне не нравится то, что, как сказать, ну типа есть конкретная организация полиции, которая вроде как должна здесь выполнять свою работу, но она почему-то не выполняет, ну там типа из-за того, что округ не пересекается между двумя участками, здесь их не бывает. И, типа Тит с ребятами тут занимаются всем. Ну блин, они его наркотой занимают, наркотики продают. В одном из диалогов мы типа им об этом сказали, они говорят, ну типа лучше уж мы, чем какие-нибудь козлы. Ну в смысле, нет, так не работает. Так не должно работать. Должен никто не продавать. И никто не употреблять желательно, если это, не знаю, законом не разрешено.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
А я бы хотел попробовать. Почему бы нет? Ким, смотри трюк. Ща покажу. Ща тебе покажу. Я тут научился, пока спал, новым трюком. А, у них прям тут коммунизм уже скоро будет построен. Построен коммунизм, построен коммунизм. типа... Организуйте участок дополнительный, сделайте Тита главным, но только чтобы они работали по протоколу, а не как вот им покажется правильно было бы поработать здесь.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, the beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work.
Here you go, mister.
Нормально у них сигареты стоят. Жесть. Пойдемте. О, надо поговорить с мелким. Попугать его стволом. Я... Сначала к мелкому схожу, а потом шел. Слышь.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool. People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
Хочу тебе пушку к голове приставить, можно?
The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't.
Ой, да, короче, нельзя пушку к его голове
Who
приставить.
knows?
Придурок. Ладно. Я надеялся его пушкой попугать. Сказать, ну чё, Куна, допрыгнулся?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. The fuel oil catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. Rain turns to vapor above the burning message, mingling with the black smoke. What if the words are not directed at the people of Martinez, or even the coalition aerostatics above the city? They're meant for something above even those. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. The flames warm him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Странно, что Ким ничего не сказал в духе «Ты чё творишь, идиот?» Сказать, а тебе можно сказать, что твоя подруга так себе и уже умерла?
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive? Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale. So, what next? Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Fuck it. I'm a bad guy now. There's things more important than holding a grudge. It's okay. You've been through enough. We are what we are. And you're a cop. Shoot. Sorry, man. Didn't mean it like that. Ask away. Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the case?
Конечно будет, пусть тоже почувствует ту боль.
Telling him is a really bad idea. What are you doing?
Woof. Good on her.
Ладно.
Good on you, too. Better focus your efforts on the bad guys. Mercs and such. Plenty of baddies to go around. And she didn't do it, believe me. If it's something bad, then she didn't do it. Didn't know her for long, but I know people.
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
Все, ладно. А нам, наверное, нельзя бежать, чтобы я, типа, напоследок посмотрел на ревер-шоу. Блин, да я не могу выговорить это. Идите нафиг. На эту дыру. Как там правильно произносится? Ревашоль. Вот, Ревашоль. Ревашоль Мартинелис. Да. Ладно, погнали. Ну, пофиг, бежим. Некогда. Че, попробуем в церковь заглянуть, потанцевать? Или думаете, Ким скажет, ты что, дурак? Не пофиг, что Ким скажет. Ля-ля-ля, я бегу с пистолетиком. Нет, не могу. Не могу потанцевать. Ладно, пусть тусуются. Значит, в следующем прохождении будем танцевать. Что-то сегодня 3 часа мы, да, играем? Блин, сегодня 3 часа мы фигачим. Жестко. Ну, уже уже прям, мне кажется, все самое важное точно произошло.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. What?
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Так.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. Aye, I bet they are. The good ones, at least. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself, always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Сейчас с мелкими поговорим. С мелкими.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
And that iron. That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets. They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
Ладно, понял.
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Я думаю, тот, кто стрелял, вряд ли бы тусовался до сих пор на острове. Это как-то странно, не? Ну, хотя зажигать свет, чтобы не видеть окно, это логично. Ну, в смысле, не зажигайте свет, потому что будет видно меня, не видно окна. Потому что нужна тьма, чтобы видеть что-то вдалеке лучше. Понятно? Особенно по ночам.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go?
Да.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Закрыл.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What? Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Все, погнали. Иду искать человека на острове, да? Ну, вернее, осматривать остров с радио на плече.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Technically, no, it doesn't.
He's right.
Бочки с мазутом.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. A silent hiss, the faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow, a big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss. A jitter, a sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget, producing an imperceptible tick.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods in silence. ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The Co-Mail was founded in 32. No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Точно, точно.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Надо было по острову походить, что-то я... Па-па-па-па-па. По закону сценария, после такой эпичной битвы не должно быть еще чего-то более эпичного или менее эпичного. Должно спокойное нисхождение в полную развязку, катарсис и конец. Типа, я не думаю, что что-то будет еще дикое. Да, кошечка? Да, тихо, тихо. Давай.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Wait, haven't you heard this before?
Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
The lieutenant pauses. Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration. He gives you a sideways look, before adding,
long and cold.
There's no time to dwell on this moment. You've got to keep moving.
Да, я понял. Лейтенант меня гонит. Тряпочки всякие. Типа футболочка. Да. Координацию. Вот раньше у тебя.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Какой лечь отдыхать? Пошли.
Yes,
давай.
anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Да идите вы все нафиг. Я герой.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s among.
Даже не хочу читать, все. Ай.
Soft covers.
Армейский шарф. Что дает? Эмпатия.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Чё ты где-то видел? А, там как-то пройти можно, что ли, или чё? Ну-ка сам дойди, если такой умный.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, determine it here. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
Я только что в людей стрелял, вы меня заставляете искать...
The boat engine. The console looks on as you talk. Mute.
Да уж. Чувствую, мы сейчас это не закончим. Я прям начинаю уставать. Начинаю уставать, прям так конкретно.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all, and walk in. Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting where it has always been. Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long.
Почему моя шизофрения пытается меня убить?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand and name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Dio Moteri.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the snow, reflecting light.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Кстати, почему не было возможности сюда приплыть до того, как мы сходили на перестрелку? Это же жесть какая-то.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods.
We should move now.
A single-person mattress, and an empty can of beans on the ground.
Ладно, бежим уже. О, уже за нами наблюдают, да? Сейчас в нас еще стрелять из снайперской винтовки будут, да? Очень бы не хотелось.
console is powered off and covered in.
Electrical devices do not work without
точно. Сорян.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Сколько у меня там очков? Просто раскидал.
Golden glow and
it's on. Turn.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Мне кажется, тот, кто стрелял здесь, его просто не забрали. Ну, типа, его привезли, но по какой-то причине не забрали. Странно, что...
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. Don't worry. I have a gun.
У меня тоже.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Интересно, а можно найти свой пистолет? Что, ну это же не мой пистолет. Судя по всему, пистолет покупает не Рене. Или как там ее уже. Я уже не помню, как ее зовут. Жизнь полицейского тяжела, это правда. Так устал, так устал. Сейчас еще чуть-чуть ведь осталось. Я прям... Я знаю, я чувствую. Сколько можно. Чувак с винтовкой.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
The what now? I can't hear you.
may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a 3-Angong 446.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Elysium commune. Military aid. You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, wiped from the board.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog? A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Worn, personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
Iosif.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. 43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution. I am not a fool. I know the material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession would lighten the load.
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing
Я так не хочу слушать его историю. Блин, он убил человека. Почему? Вот что меня интересует.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
Да в смысле?
Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Ты чё, офигел, что ли? Я тебя вкачал очень сильно.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony.
Ландыши. Неужели она его подговорила?
And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Corbe. and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Simpler? No. This is another loose thread you will never connect. The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Not now. Stop yourself.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Droz. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. Tie up every loose end now. There's no other chance.
You're lost, Dwight. You're lost.
Is what you plan to say. Before you can get past, you're under. The lieutenant interrupts you.
Officer, are we sure? We could maybe get more.
The old man looked. You startled him. Maybe it was the silence. He quickly gathers himself. Still, what could he be afraid of?
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva.
You're lost, Dwight. You're lost.
Да блин, я не знаю. Да пофиг, арестовываем.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do it.
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Что? Что, блядь? Что здесь?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
У меня совсем шиза, да, видимо, включилась?
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you, with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
А, да что такое происходит-то, бля, муха? Я просто хочу посадить уже убийцу и поехать домой в свою сраную постель.
You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
I can see it.
Ким видит, значит, все
4
хорошо.
simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. Be afraid. You smell wrong.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Да, фоткай пофиг.
With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden. Something cracks in the lieutenant. He's letting his pride get in the way.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks, his hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. A sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body, limbs working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. It moves just an inch closer to you, or does it only feel like it does?
Да я не могу приблизиться. Да чё, я сейчас провалил проверку опять. Очередную.
Nothing changes in the cyclical braying motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out, beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning. Be afraid. You smell wrong.
Ты неправильно пахнешь сейчас.
We can't.
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling.
Блин. У меня есть банка репеллента, но я не могу ее использовать. Почему? Ладно. Я ж не знал, что все так будет.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone. like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
Where? Where did it go?
You never had a chance. There was something off the moment you approached it. It was scared of you, of humans.
I don't think it had anything to do with the ox spray. It was just scared.
There is uncertainty in his phrasing.
Am I? I don't know. I'm not an entomologist. Neither was the parascientist. The only thing I'm sure of is... we saw it. It was real.
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. Also, it looks like it has some kind of nest there. Maybe there's proof in there.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Porcelain white.
Passport.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
It's Claudia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was, hiding place, or... Perhaps, but that still doesn't explain how it got into the nest. Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it, but to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Phasmids are not capable of holding grudges. Only humans and some tracking predators do that. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Clasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps...
Поехали уже.
What is it?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. with fear and longing. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you? That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. They'll think we're insane.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open.
Блин, 4 часа. Что я делаю? Надо, блин, остановиться, пофиг. Осталось, наверное, вообще немного.
The blanks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength is all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreak.
Okay, now, we should think about getting back to the mainland, to get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
Так, я даже комментировать ничего не буду. Дофига сделали, 4 часа. О, и все еще не закончили, боже. О, просто сохранюсь. Простите, что все затянуло так долго. Я думал, сейчас вот, я думал, что уже вот все, конец. После такого-то должен быть конец. Но нет. Нет. Ладно. Спасибо за терпение. Надо еще день. Нам нужен еще день, видимо. Пока-пока.